Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
Long ago, in the deep shadows of the ancient world before the rise of men, there lived a dwarf whose name was spoken with reverence and awe throughout the mountain halls. His name was Durin, Durin the Deathless, for it was said he was the eldest of the fathers of the dwarves, the first to awaken beneath the earth and destined to endure through ages yet to come. Durin's home was the great mountain that would later be called Khazad-dûm, a vast and mighty stronghold carved by the hands of dwarves who came after him. But in Durin's time the mountain was young, the halls still raw and shadowed by untamed stone and the flicker of first forged fires. It was a place of promise and peril, a cradle for a proud race that thrived beneath the earth's surface. One evening, as the last embers of firelight flickered against the stone walls of his chamber, Durin sat quietly, his eyes tracing the patterns of ancient runes carved into a slab of granite. These runes were unlike any he had seen before. Strange and worn, their shapes twisted and faint, telling tales older than even the oldest songs of the dwarves. They were the runes of the Wanderers, etched long ago by a band of dwarves who had journeyed far beyond the known mountains. These dwarves had left their homes, driven by curiosity and a yearning for discovery, seeking new lands and treasures beneath distant hills and forests. But they had never returned, and their fate was lost to time. Durin's heart stirred with both wonder and unease. The runes whispered of a secret, a hidden place deep beneath the earth where a great treasure lay buried. Yet, woven within the rune's message was a warning. A shadow, ancient and dark, guarded this treasure, a peril that had broken the Wanderers and swallowed their life. Unable to quell his curiosity, Durin resolved to uncover the truth behind the runes. He called upon his most trusted kin, the stout and loyal dwarves who had long served by his side. Together, they would venture deep into the uncharted tunnels beneath the mountain, beyond even the farthest halls their people had claimed. As the company gathered, Durin's voice was steady and commanding, yet touched with the weight of what they might face. "Brothers," he said, "the runes of the Wanderers call to us. We stand on the threshold of a great journey, one that may bring us wisdom or doom. But it is a path we must tread, for the fate of our people lies in what we shall uncover." The dwarves prepared themselves with care. They sharpened their axes and sealed their cloaks against the chill of the deep. The air grew heavy with anticipation, thick as the stone dust that settled over the ancient passageways. Torches were lit, casting flickering light against the cold walls, as the company stepped into the darkness. With each step deeper into the earth, the familiar sounds of their homeland faded, replaced by a strange silence, broken only by the echo of their footsteps and the faint drip of distant water. The tunnels wound ever downward, twisting and narrowing until they came to a vast chamber, its roof lost to shadow. There, in the heart of the cavern, lay a stone pedestal upon which the runes had been carved centuries before. Durin knelt to examine the markings, tracing them with his rough fingers, feeling the faint pulse of magic that lingered in the stone. It was as if the runes themselves breathed, alive with a secret yearning to be revealed. But even as Durin pondered, a cold breeze stirred the cavern's stillness. From the darkness beyond, a whisper echoed, soft, cruel, and filled with malice. The shadow that guarded the treasure was awake, and it watched the dwarves with eyes unseen. Durin rose, his gaze sharp. "We are not alone," he said grimly. "Prepare yourselves, for the heart of this mountain holds more than stone and treasure. It holds a darkness we must face if we are to claim the legacy of the Wanderers." Thus began the journey of Durin and his kin, a tale of bravery and danger, of secrets unearthed and shadows confronted. The runes had spoken, and the mountain had answered. The descent into the mountain had begun in quiet determination, but now the air seemed heavier with each step the company took. The torches they carried flickered low, casting shadows that danced along the stone, twisting into strange shapes that made the youngest among them glance nervously behind. Than they had delved deep into the roots of the world before, these passages were unfamiliar. Forgotten halls that had not known dwarven footsteps in centuries. Durin led them with sure steps, his long beard braided and clasped with silver runes, his helm forged from dark iron and set with a single blue stone that glimmered faintly in the torchlight. Behind him came Ovrim, his axe-brother and oldest companion, then Bori and Thrain, sons of stonecutters from the eastern delves, and young Fundi, wide-eyed and keen, eager to prove his worth. There were 9 in all, each chosen for loyalty, courage, and skill. The deeper they ventured, the more they relied on each other, for the mountain no longer felt familiar. Its silence was too complete, its walls too smooth, as if something had shaped them for a purpose not their own. At the rear, Nain, the lore-keeper, studied the faded markings along the tunnel walls. He had a keen eye for ancient craft, and muttered to himself as he noted the strangeness of the stone. "These are not dwarven tools that shaped this," he said softly. "No chisel leaves such lines." Durin heard, but said nothing. He too had noticed the unnatural symmetry of the halls, the way the stone seemed to fold in upon itself as if formed by hands far older than his own people. They pressed on until they reached a wide stair carved into the earth, worn and cracked. The steps descended into a vast chasm, a deep hollow beneath the mountain's roots. A bridge of stone crossed it, narrow, ancient, crumbling at the edges. They paused before it, and Durin turned. "We pass now beyond the works of our fathers," he said. "From here the path is unknown." Bori stepped forward. "Then we make it known again, Durin. We're with you." One by one they crossed, their steps echoing across the gulf. The shadows below were endless, and no sound rose from the depths, not even the whisper of wind. When they reached the other side, Fundi exhaled with relief. But as his boot left the final stone, a faint tremor shivered through the bridge. Dust sifted from the cavern roof, and a low groan, like a sigh from something sleeping far below, rippled through the stone. "What was that?" whispered Fundi, gripping his axe. "Stone settling," muttered Thrain, though his hand was already on the haft of his weapon. Beyond the chasm lay a great hall, its ceiling lost in blackness. Here the stone was darker, tinged with red. At its center stood a circle of upright slabs, each carved with runes that pulsed faintly with blue light. The air was colder here, and it smelled of old things, dust and iron and something bitter, like ash. Nain approached the stones, his eyes alight with curiosity. "This is where the Wanderers came," he said. "These are their marks. I see the name of Dwalor, son of Gror. He was among the first to leave Khazad-dûm. They must have found something here, something worth recording." Durin stepped into the circle and laid his palm upon one of the rune stones. A faint vibration ran through him, like a whisper at the edge of hearing. Then the runes flared brighter, and a voice, not a living one, but the echo of a memory, spoke from the stone, deep and solemn. "We came seeking fire and gold. We found what sleeps. and now we sleep beside it. Beware the black roots, beware the hollow light. The flame in Fundy's torch sputtered. What in Mahal's name was that? Durin lowered his hand. A message left in runecraft woven into the stone. The wanderers tried to warn us. But warn us of what? Asked Overham. What are the black roots? No one answered, for none could. But even as they stood in the ancient ring, the ground beneath them shuddered. A low moan rolled through the hall, and then silence fell once more, deeper than before, as though the very mountain held its breath. That night they made camp within the great hall. No fire would catch, though they tried for hours, and in the end they huddled in the cold, taking turns to keep watch. Fundy dreamed of tunnels filled with black vines that writhed and whispered in the dark. Bori claimed he heard footsteps that never came near, and Nain sat before the rune stones, staring at the glowing script, tracing the lines with eyes that saw far more than he told. Just before dawn, Durin rose and walked alone to the edge of the chasm. He looked down, though nothing could be seen. His thoughts were troubled. The runes had warned them, yes, but they had also called him. He could feel it. Something waited in the deep, something bound to his fate. When the others woke, he stood, waiting. "Go deeper," he said. "There is more to find, and we are not turned back by shadows." And so they gathered their gear once more, tightened their belts, and passed through the far arch of the great hall. The passage beyond was narrower, twisted like a worm burrow, the walls glistening faintly as if with old moisture. The silence pressed closer now, and every sound they made echoed back distorted. But none turned aside. Durin was at their head, and his eyes were set with grim purpose. For they had begun to understand. This was no mere treasure hunt. This was a reckoning, an old debt buried in stone. And it would not let them leave unchanged. The tunnel beyond the great hall sloped gently downward, as if guiding them towards something hidden deep beneath the mountain's roots. The stone underfoot was smoother than before, the walls veined with silver threads and flecks of glittering crystal. Though beautiful to look upon, there was something unsettling about the quiet shimmer of the stone. It caught the torchlight oddly, sending reflections bouncing in strange angles, as if the passage had more corners than truly existed. They walked for hours in near silence, speaking only when necessary, their voices subdued by the weight of the earth above them. Nain kept glancing at the walls, frowning as if trying to place a memory just out of reach. Bori gripped his axe tighter with every step, and even Thrain, known for his dry humor, said nothing at all. Durin, at the head of the company, pressed forward without hesitation, though he too felt the presence in the stone. Something was watching, not with eyes, but with a slow, cold awareness, like a thought left sleeping for too long. The silence broke only when the tunnel suddenly opened into a vast, echoing space, a great chamber far older than anything they had yet passed. The roof soared out of sight, and columns thicker than trees rose around them, carved in a style none of them recognized. At the center of the chamber stood a pool, still as black glass, its surface unbroken even by their footsteps. "This isn't dwarven work," Nain said, stepping forward cautiously. "The shaping's too tall, too fine. This was made by something else, something older than Khazad Dûm." Fundy knelt by the pool and held his torch over it, but the light did not reflect. Instead, it seemed swallowed by the surface, as if the water led into endless darkness. He tossed a pebble in. There was no splash. The stones sank in silence. No sound, whispered Obram, frowning. That's not natural. Nor is the stillness, added Durin, his eyes fixed on the center of the pool, where a single pale light now glimmered faintly. It wasn't torchlight. It pulsed softly, as though coming from beneath the water itself. As they watched, the pool began to change. Ripples formed, slow and wide, and from its center rose a shape, slender, twisted, and dark. It looked like a root, curved and slick, rising from the depths. More followed. Within moments, a tangle of black, vine-like tendrils had emerged from the water, writhing slowly in the torchlight. Back, Durin shouted, drawing his axe. The dwarves fell into formation as one, axes ready. But the tendrils did not strike. They moved slowly, senselessly, like the arms of something dreaming, and then they stilled again, returning to the pool, sinking back below the surface as if they had never been. For a long while, no one spoke. Then Nain turned toward the far wall, his voice hushed. There's a door there, see it? Carved into the far wall was indeed a door, tall and narrow, worked in stone that shimmered faintly blue. It was sealed tight with no handle or keyhole, only a pattern of runes running along its arch. The same runes they had seen in the great hall. Durin approached and placed his hand upon them. This time the runes flared to life without a word. The door shivered, groaned, and began to open, not outward, but upward, sliding silently into the stone above. Beyond lay a staircase spiraling down into utter blackness. We've come this far, Durin said quietly, and whatever we were meant to find, it lies below. They descended carefully, the steps narrow and steep, the stone colder with every turn. The air had changed too. It no longer smelled of stone and dust, but something older and fouler, like damp earth left to rot beneath forgotten graves. Fundi began to cough. Bori wrapped a cloth over his face. Even Nain seemed uncertain now, his mutterings more frequent, more urgent. At last they reached the bottom. A narrow tunnel opened before them, this one not made by hands but burrowed. Its walls uneven, the stone crumbling and cracked. The roots they had seen before were here too, clinging to the ceiling like blackened veins, twitching faintly in the torchlight. Something lives here, Thrain said under his breath. Something that shouldn't. They followed the tunnel for a short distance before it opened once more into a vault-like chamber, smaller than the others, yet no less strange. At its center stood a stone plinth, atop which rested a rune-covered tablet, old and cracked. Behind it, carved into the wall, was a mural, weathered but still visible. It showed a great forge, flames leaping high with 7 figures standing in a ring, each bearing a crown. But above them loomed a dark shape, like a shadow with no form, reaching down as though to snatch them away. Durin stepped toward the tablet and read the first lines aloud. To he who dares disturb the slumber of the mountain's heart, know this. The wanderers failed, not for lack of strength, but for what they awakened. There was a pause. We have found it, Nain said grimly. The root of it, the thing they feared. Duran looked around the chamber slowly. The stone walls pulsed with a faint red light, and he could feel a thrum beneath his feet, as though something vast was breathing somewhere deep below. We go no farther tonight, he said. Make camp here, no torches, no noise, and post 2 to watch each hour. No one argued. The company set about their tasks in silence, their faces pale and drawn. Even Fundi no longer asked questions. They ate little, and when sleep came, it brought no rest. Only dreams filled with whispering voices, twisted roots, and a sense of being watched by something old and cold, and waiting. Durin did not sleep. He sat beside the tablet, turning its words over in his mind, and knew in his heart that whatever had taken the wanderers still lingered in the dark. The runes had led them here, but to what end he did not yet know, only that the mountain itself had a memory, and that they had awoken it when morning, or what passed for it deep beneath the mountain, came. There was no light to mark its arrival. The chamber remained cloaked in the same cold gloom, unbroken by time or season. The torches were lit again, but their flames flickered weakly, as if the very air resisted fire. Durin stood before the mural, silent and thoughtful, while the others broke their fast with hard bread and cold meat. The warmth of companionship had lessened during the night. A weight pressed on each of them, growing heavier with every moment spent in that buried place. I heard them whispering, Fundi said quietly, not meeting anyone's gaze. Not in words, I knew, but they were there, in the walls. No dreams should be that loud, muttered Thrain, rubbing his eyes. Enough, Durin said, his voice calm but firm. Fear walks among us, but it will not lead us. We came seeking the truth behind the runes, and we have not yet found it. They packed quickly. Nain took a rubbing of the tablet and sketched the mural with practiced hands. The image of the crowned figures remained burned into all their minds, but it was the shadow looming above them that none could forget. Bori traced it with one gloved finger and said, "That shape. It's no beast or dwarf or elf. What is it meant to be?" Durin looked at it for a long time before answering. "I think it is not meant to be anything. It simply is. An emptiness, an absence of form, a thing without name. The tunnel that led out of the vault was narrow and rough, more burrow than hallway. The black roots thickened as they pressed onward, curling along the walls and ceiling like veins in living stone. At times they pulsed faintly, and the dwarfs quickened their pace, axes drawn and eyes wary. The torchlight made the roots glisten, and every so often one of them would twitch as if something unseen stirred deep within. The path split more than once. Durin chose their direction with care, following the faint impressions of old footprints. Some dwarven, others not. At a junction where 3 tunnels met, Obram halted, holding up a hand. "There's something ahead," he said. They crept forward, and soon came upon the remains of a camp. Old and dust-covered, the bones of it still held shape. Tools laid out carefully beside bedrolls, long crumbled to dust. A fire pit cold and black, but no bodies. Nain knelt and touched the ash in the fire pit. This was dwarven. Long ago, one of the wanderer groups, I'd wager. They camped here, but something took them. There's no sign of fight or flight. Fundi turned a slow circle, his voice tight. Then where did they go? The answer came in a whisper. Barely a sound, more a brush of movement. All at once, every torch dimmed, as if a breath had passed through the hall. The shadows deepened, and from the far end of the chamber, something began to crawl into view. At first, it looked like a great knot of blackened wood, all twisted limbs and writhing lengths. But as it came closer, they saw it was no root, no plant. It was made of the same black substance as the roots above, but shaped like a beast. Tall, gaunt, headless, with limbs too long and movement too fluid. It didn't walk so much as flow across the floor, the stone darkening beneath it. "Hold fast," Durin shouted, raising his axe. The creature lunged without sound, and the chamber erupted into motion. Bori and Thrain rushed forward to meet it, their blades biting deep, but the thing did not bleed. It shrieked in silence, a tremor through the stone, and knocked them aside with a single sweep of its limb. Ovrim drove his axe into its side, and black ichor hissed as it struck, as if the metal had touched fire. Fundi hurled a torch, and the flames caught. Briefly, the creature recoiled, its form flickering, and in that moment, Durin saw its center, a pulsing red core, hidden beneath its swirling mass. "There," he shouted, "strike the heart." The dwarves rallied. While Ovrim and Thrain kept the creature's limbs occupied, Durin leapt forward, roaring, and drove his axe straight into the center of its chest. There was a flash of red light, a high-pitched hum that set their teeth on edge, and then the creature shuddered, convulsed, and burst into ash, vanishing into the air like smoke on the wind. They stood in silence, the echoes of their breathing loud in the stillness. The torches flared back to life. "What in Mahal's name was that?" Bori asked, wiping ichor from his beard. "Something born from the roots," said Nain, eyes narrowed. "A guardian, perhaps, or a remnant of whatever power lies deeper still." Durin retrieved his axe, which smoked faintly. It feared fire. That's a truth we can use. They set no more words to the silence. The company moved on, their pace faster now, urgency guiding their steps. The runes had warned of what lay beneath, but they had not told the whole truth. Whatever force had created that creature was ancient, yes, but it was not dead, not yet. After another hour of winding descent, the tunnel opened into a small stone chamber. Plain, square, and oddly quiet. At the far end stood a door of solid mithril, engraved with runes so bright they shimmered like starlight even without flame. In the center of the door was a slot, narrow, deep, and lined with silver. Nain approached, tracing the runes. "It's a lock," he said, "but not a dwarven one. Not entirely. It's shaped like ours, but there's elvish rhythm in the lines." "Elvish?" Ulbrim scoffed. "Here? In these depths?" Look closer. The loops, the open-ended strokes. They're not ours alone. Durin studied the slot. A key. Not one of metal, but of light, perhaps. A rune or phrase. He turned to Nain. What did the last tablet say, the full words? Nain unrolled the parchment and read aloud. "To he who dares disturb the slumber of the mountain's heart, know this. The wanderers failed, not for lack of strength, but for what they awakened." There was silence as they pondered the words. Then Durin stepped forward, took a deep breath, and whispered into the slot. "We do not seek what they awakened, only what they left behind." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the door gave a low groan. The runes pulsed brighter, and the mithril slab slid silently open. Beyond lay a vast hall, darker than night, lined with pillars carved in a style none of them knew. And in the far distance, faint and golden, something shone like the first morning sun. They had found it. The vault of the wanderers. But what else waited them within they could not yet guess. Those stepped into the hall in silence. The door behind them closed without a sound, and the faint golden light ahead became their only guide. The air was still and cold, but not the biting cold of high mountain passes. This was a deeper chill, the kind that seeped into the bones and stayed there. It smelled of dust and old metal, of forgotten thing. The chamber was vast, larger than any they had passed through before. Great pillars loomed on either side of them, shaped like ancient kings or gods, their faces long faded by time. No torch flame touched the high ceiling, and their footsteps echoed strangely, as if the sound curved back on itself. Yet the golden light ahead beckoned them onward, steady and sure, and so they followed it, wary but unyielding. Durin led with his axe in hand, though he did not raise it. The hall felt more sacred than dangerous, like a tomb or a place where something great had once lived and died. Ovram stayed close beside him, and Nain walked just behind, his eyes scanning every carving and symbol etched into the stone. The others fanned out slightly, careful not to stray far. There was a reverence in the air, and none wished to disturb it. As they drew closer to the light, they saw that it came from a structure at the end of the hall. A low dais of dark stone upon which stood a massive forge. It was unlike any forge Durin had seen. The anvil was made of a single slab of black metal, smooth and seamless, and the forge itself was dark, cold, but ringed with runes that shimmered faintly with inner fire. Above it hung a great hammer suspended on chains, untouched by rust or dust, as if it had been set down only yesterday. But it was what lay beside the forge that stopped them all. A throne, tall, broad, and crafted of mithril and obsidian. The throne sat half buried in the stone wall behind the dais. And on that throne, still and silent, sat a dwarf. His beard was long and silver, woven through with iron clasps. His armor was blackened but whole, a crest upon his chest that none of them had seen before, 3 mountain peaks over a single flame. His hands rested on the arms of the throne, and though his skin was dry and pale as old parchment, he did not seem to have rotted. He sat as if he had simply fallen asleep, waiting. Ovram spoke first, voice hushed. "Is he dead?" Durin approached slowly until he stood before the dais. "He is, but not at peace." Nain stepped up beside him. "There's a name inscribed here. Dwalor, son of Gror, one of the Wanderers. He was their leader." Fundi, standing a few steps back, swallowed. "Then this is their last stronghold. This place, it was built for something more than mining or forging. It's like a shrine." "No," said Durin, his eyes fixed on the throne. "It was a prison." He stepped up onto the dais and studied the runes around the forge. They were older than any he had seen, even in Khazad-dûm. Some bore the mark of dwarves, others of elves, and some were neither. They hummed faintly as he passed his hand over them, reacting not to touch, but presence. "What did they find?" Thrain asked, voice low. "What power sleeps here?" Durin didn't answer immediately. He turned toward Nain. "Read the rest of the robbing, the second part, the one we didn't read aloud before." Nain hesitated, then unrolled the parchment. His voice was quiet and steady. "In the hollow halls where gold no longer gleams, we forged not for wealth, but for binding. We gave it shape, but not name, for even names give power. It broke the deep earth. It broke our minds. We sealed it beyond the flame, beneath the forge, and we sat to guard it in silence. One by one, we vanished. One by one, it remembered us." The words hung in the stillness like dust caught in air. Fundi stepped closer to the forge, eyes wide. "Then it's still here. Whatever they bound, it's still beneath us." Durin nodded. That's why the roots grew, why the walls whispered. This place isn't just a tomb, it's a seal. But a seal can be broken, said Avram. And something tried to already. That creature we fought? It wasn't just a guardian. It was a symptom. Durin turned back to the forge. His eyes narrowed as he studied the base. There's a panel here, hidden but not locked. He knelt and pressed against the edge, and with a groan of stone, the base of the forge shifted. A small compartment opened, revealing a black metal box, runes burned into its lid. Carefully, Durin lifted it out and opened it. Inside lay a single stone, deep red, veined with gold, and warm to the touch. It pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. Nain leaned over it, his voice tight with awe and fear. That's no gem, that's a memory stone, old as the first halls. It stores thought, feeling, power. Durin held it aloft, and the runes on the forge glowed brighter. A voice, clear, deep, and old, rang out from the stone, not with sound, but within their minds. If you hold this, you are kin. If you have come, the bindings weaken. Do not seek to unmake what we sealed. Turn back, let the mountain sleep. The voice faded, the forge went dark once more. For a long while, no one moved. Then Durin said, "It called me here. The rooms led me. This is part of our legacy, part of my blood, but I will not awaken it." He looked to his companions and saw the same resolve in their faces. But we cannot leave it unguarded, not again. They set to work. That day and the next, they repaired the seal, reforged the damaged runes, and placed new ones of their own. They laid Dwalor to rest in stone and flame, honoring his vigil. And at the foot of the throne they set a mark, a warning to any who might come after. When their work was done, they passed again through the mithril door and sealed it behind them, the keystone set back in its place. The hall fell silent once more, and as they climbed slowly back toward the surface, their hearts were heavy, but proud. They had found no gold, no treasure, but they had found a truth long buried, a duty left unfinished, a shadow denied. At last, after many days, they emerged again into the familiar tunnels of Khazad-dûm. And when Durin looked up into the high halls of his people, filled with light and laughter, he knew they had done rightly. The mountain had secrets, but they had not let those secrets rise. Not yet. The fires of Khazad-dûm burned bright upon their return, but the warmth did not reach into Durin's bones. Though they had sealed the vault, reinforced the runes, and set Dwalor to rest, the memory of that deep place lingered in his thoughts. There were nights when the stone itself felt colder beneath his feet, and times when he would pass beneath the great arches of his halls and catch the faint echo of words never spoken aloud. Something had changed in him, though he did not yet know what it was. The others had returned to their lives, though none of them were quite the same. Ovram had grown quiet, taking fewer patrols and spending long hours in the forge, shaping weapons with the care of one who now understood that true danger lies not always in open battle. Bori and Thrain rarely spoke of what they had seen, but their bond had deepened, and they no longer jested as freely as before. Young Fundi had earned the respect of the older dwarfs, but he too had changed. He no longer asked so many questions, and he now walked the stone halls of their city with a thoughtful gaze, always watching the shadows as though they might stir. As for Nain, he vanished into the archives, combing through old texts, deciphering scripts none had touched in years. He would come to Durin often, bearing new theories, fragments of old knowledge, and strange dreams that left him pale in the morning. Durin always listened, though he shared little in return. The weight of leadership pressed more heavily now, for it was not only the strength of arms or stone that he needed to preserve. It was memory, and the guarding of truths too great for careless speech. One morning, nearly a month after their return, Nain came to Durin's chamber carrying a scroll so ancient its edges crumbled as he held it. His eyes were red with lack of sleep, but his hands trembled with urgency. "This was hidden in the oldest vault," he said without preamble, "behind 3 sealed slabs. It was written by Dwalor himself, part of a journal, I think. Listen." And Durin sat forward. Nain cleared his throat and read carefully, his voice steady. "We believed the stone would hold it. We believed the roots would contain it. But it learns. It listens. It forgets nothing. Even now, as we speak, it calls to others. There are cracks in the deep places, and some have already heard. Not dwarves. Others." He lowered the scroll. "It's not just the mountain. Whatever they bound, it's reaching beyond it." Durin stood slowly. "How far?" "I don't know. But if it's calling, someone may answer. And not all will resist." Durin stared at the hearth, the flames flickering in silence. He had hoped their task was done, that sealing the vault had been enough, but the runes had spoken truly. Names give power, and the thing beneath the mountain had no name. That made it dangerous in ways no sword or axe could strike down. Later that day, he called the others to council. They met in the chamber of stone light, a room high above the forges, lit by mirrored shafts that brought sunlight from the mountain's peak down through the rock. The company gathered again, seated around the great stone table, and for a time none spoke. Durin began plainly. "Nain has found writings that suggest our work below was not an end, but a delay. The thing in the vault, it may still be reaching outward." "What does that mean?" Bori asked. "If the door is sealed, if the runes hold, how can it do anything?" "It speaks without voice," said Nain. "It's not alive, not as we know it. It's memory, pain, malice given form. It can call through thought, through dreams, perhaps even through stone." "We should collapse the passage," said Ovrim. "Bury the whole place. No tunnel, no seal, no path for it to follow." Durin shook his head. "No. If it reaches beyond the mountain, collapsing stone will not stop it. If we turn away, we become like the wanderers, those who waited for someone else to solve what they began." Fundi, who had been silent all this time, looked up. "So what do we do?" Durin looked around the table. "We find where the cracks are. We learn what paths this thing is using. If it is calling out, then we must find who is listening." That same day, scouts were sent, not just into the depths of the mountain, but to the far passes, the borders of the forest, and the broken roads of the east. They were instructed to look for signs of corruption. Stone that moved when none touched it, dreams that lingered too long, whispers with no source. What they found was troubling. A hunter near the Redhorn Pass reported seeing strange vines curling up through the rocks, black as soot and without roots. In the forests west of Miromir, 2 sentries vanished without trace, and the trees themselves had grown silent. And farther still, beyond the edge of Khazad-dûm's influence, rumors came of men who spoke in tongues not their own, of creatures twisted from the shapes of deer and boar into eyeless horrors. Durin gathered these reports with growing concern. The mountain was not alone in its burden. Weeks passed. The signs grew worse. One night, as Durin walked the upper halls alone, he paused beneath the great mural of the awakening of the Seven Fathers. He looked upon the image of himself, the first to wake in the starlight, beard unbraided, eyes wide with new life. He remembered that moment, not as a dream or story, but as truth. He had been alone then, surrounded by stone in silence. And even in those first hours he had felt something watching him, not with hatred, but with knowledge. As if something far older had already known he would come. Now he wondered if that presence had not left. He returned to Nain the next day with a decision. "We will gather the runes," he said. "All of them. Every fragment, every carving from the time of the Wanderers. We will learn not just what they sealed, but what they were trying to become." Nain blinked. What they were trying to become? Members forged something they couldn't name. But before that, before the vault, there was a purpose, a journey. I need to know what they were searching for before they found the darkness. Thus a new phase of their labor began, not of mining or delving, but of remembrance. Durin ordered the lore masters to dig through the oldest records, fragments from before Khazad-dûm was founded, from before the mountain had even borne a name. The dwarves unearthed scrolls, relics, and strange maps from deep archives. The work was long and tedious, but piece by piece a clearer picture began to form. Before they had disappeared, the Wanderers had spoken of a second flame, a source of light buried beneath the world. They believed it was a gift lost during the awakening, a spark that could bring their craft to heights even Aul had not shown. They had chased it far into the earth, following signs and omens until they reached the vault. Durin stared long at that final word, vault. He began to suspect the place had not been built to seal the darkness. It had been built to house the flame. And when the Wanderers reached it, something else was already there. The days grew colder in Khazad-dûm, though the forges still roared and the fires never dimmed. Durin had not slept well in weeks. His dreams were filled with flickering light and echoes of stone halls that did not belong to his people. Always, he stood in a place not built by dwarves, where the walls shimmered with strange symbols and voices whispered in languages that had no sound. And always at the end, there was a door, high, arched, and sealed, not with metal, but with flame. He would wake in darkness, the weight of the dream pressing on his chest like stone. By day, he pored over ancient parchments with Nain, examining half-legible accounts written in hands that had crumbled to dust. Most were fragmented, their edges scorched or stained, their ink faded to a shade barely darker than the parchment itself. But when read together, matched line for line, rune for rune, they began to speak a language of purpose, a tale that had nearly vanished beneath time. The Wanderers, it became clear, had not left Khazad-dûm in shame or exile. They had gone willingly, guided by visions and riddles found in the deepest delvings. There were mentions of a flame that could craft what even the Valar had not made. They called it the Azanulabazar Thrawn in their tongue, the heart flame. It was said to lie in the hollow below the world, guarded not by fire or fang, but by memory. The Wanderers had believed they were worthy to seek it. Yet every path they had carved, every stone they'd marked, spoke of a growing fear. Their records grew darker the deeper they went. One passage, transcribed by Nain and read aloud to Durin as they sat in the stone-light chamber, chilled the room more than any winter wind. "They speak of voices within the forge," Nain said, carefully turning the fragile page. "Not their own. They heard songs coming through the walls, ancient songs, twisted from something once fair. It is said the stones began to echo without sound, and that one of their own vanished, returning days later changed, empty-eyed, silent, and marked by shadow." Durin listened without interrupting. The pattern was clear. The wanderers had dug not toward glory, but toward a trap. Something had called to them, perhaps from the moment they first spoke of the heart flame, and what they had found was not a gift, but a deception. He rose and walked to the carved window overlooking the high galleries. Dwarves passed below, their voices low, their hands busy with hammer and chisel. These were his people, proud, strong, shaped by the will of Mahal himself, and they were vulnerable. They did not know the danger that slumbered below them, not truly. "We must seal more than the vault," Durin said suddenly, turning to Nain. "We must sever the lines between that darkness and the rest of our realm." Nain frowned. "You mean to close the lower mines?" "I mean to collapse them, every tunnel, every shaft that touches those depths. And I want our masons to begin carving new wards, old ones like those used in the earliest delvings. Stone-born sigils, ones tied to the mountain's will. We must reinforce the barriers in ways that cannot be undone." Nain nodded, though reluctantly. "They will ask questions. You may have to answer them." "I will," Durin said, "but not with the truth, not yet." The orders were given that same day. Masons and stone-wrights began work on sealing the older delving routes. 2 mining shafts were collapsed, and the third was set under guard. A wall of ruined stone was raised in the Hall of Mists, where the roots of the mountain ran deepest. Rumors stirred, whispers of old threats, of Durin's sudden fear. Some said the king had seen a vision, others that the deep earth had spoken to him. None guessed the full truth, and Durin let the whispers grow. Better that than panic. Meanwhile, word arrived from the scouts who had ridden east. A small clan of dwarves, long separated from the houses of Khazad-dûm, had abandoned their halls in haste. Their letters, hurried and barely legible, spoke of sleepless nights and strange dreams, of animals that fled from shadowed places and a rising sickness that none could explain. Durin read the reports in silence, then called for Overham. "I need you to go," he said. "Take Thrain, Bori, and Fundi. Find out what happened to the clan at Kelad-Zarim. If they're still alive, bring them back. If not, seal the place." Overham didn't hesitate. "And if the sickness has spread, then you leave nothing standing," Durin said. "Do you understand me?" Overham nodded grimly. "I do." Within 2 days, the 4 were gone, riding out beneath banners of stone and fire. Their journey would take them beyond the eastern ridge, into the stony lands near the Mirror Lake, where old dwarven halls had been carved into the cliffs centuries ago. Durin watched them go from the high gate, his hands clasped behind him, the weight of his crown heavier than ever. That night, he returned to the Hall of Runes, a quiet place lit only by blue stones set into the walls. There he took down a single slab from the shelf, the one he had brought back from the vault. The runes were still faintly warm, pulsing with memory. He ran his fingers over them and, without fully knowing why, whispered, "What are you?" The stone answered not in words, but in sensation. Cold at first, empty and vast. Then a flicker of heat, not from fire, but from something older, more primal. He saw in the space behind his eyes a forge in darkness, and around it figures cloaked not in cloth but in thought, unseen yet present. They moved in a slow circle, speaking words not meant for the waking world. Then the vision faded, and the stone fell silent once more. He sat for a long time, alone in the stillness. When at last he rose, he felt the stone halls whisper around him, not with fear, but with waiting. The mountain had not finished with him yet. The wind over the eastern cliffs was sharp and dry, and dust clung to the cloaks of the four dwarves as they wound their way down the ancient road toward Kilet Zarim. The sun, low behind the craggy ridges, sent long shadows over the cracked stones beneath their feet. Though the air was still, an uneasy silence had settled over the land. No birds cried from the ledges, and no insects stirred in the brittle grass. It was a dead quiet, unnatural and heavy, and each of them felt it in the pit of their stomachs. Ovram led the way, his heavy boots treading carefully between loose rocks. He was a dwarf of few words, but he watched everything. Behind him walked Bori and Thrain, murmuring occasionally to one another in hushed tones, their hands never straying far from the hilts of their axes. Fundi, bringing up the rear, was uncharacteristically silent, his young eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The hall of Kilet Zarim, when it came into view, appeared peaceful enough at first. Built into the face of a sheer cliff, its arched gate stood wide and unbarred, flanked by two towering statues whose faces had long since been worn smooth by wind and time. A faint trickle of water flowed from the nearby spring, feeding into a narrow stream that wound its way down into the valley. There were no signs of battle, no scorched stone, no scattered belongings, no broken doors. But as they stepped through the gate and into the wide outer hall, the stillness deepened. The torches lining the walls were extinguished, and the scent in the air was not that of old stone and metal, but something stranger, sweet, faintly metallic, and wrong. Ovram raised a hand and the group halted. They listened. No pick rang on stone, no hammer struck an anvil. The halls of Kilet Zarim were utterly, impossibly quiet. "Where are the watchmen?" Thrain asked, whispering, more out of instinct than need. "Maybe should have greeted us already," said Bori, lowering his voice as well. Unless they're gone," finished Ovram. "Let's move." They lit fresh torches and pressed deeper into the stronghold. The great entry hall opened into a network of galleries and stairwells, all masterfully carved, all deserted. Dust lay thick over every surface, disturbed only by a few scattered footprints that led away into darkness. Some were dwarven, but others were not. Some prints were oddly shaped, wider than a man's foot and clawed at the edges. Fundi crouched beside one of them, tracing its edge with a frown. "Deavers weren't made by any dwarf I've ever seen," he said, "or any creature either." The deeper they went, the colder the halls became, and the more they found signs that the place had not simply been abandoned, it had been fled. Rooms lay half-packed, chests broken open and emptied. Tools had been left mid-use, some still scattered across the floors of abandoned workshops. In one gallery they found a table set for a meal, the plates covered in mold, the food untouched and rotted. "There was no warning," said Thrain grimly. "They left in haste, or they never got the chance." They followed the footprints into the lower levels of the stronghold, where the halls narrowed and the ceilings grew lower. The shadows seemed to press more closely here, and the torchlight flickered even though there was no breeze. At last they came to the Hall of Echoes, the place where messages were passed from stone to stone across the realm. The chamber was circular, with 7 pillars arranged in a ring around a central dais. Here they found their first body. It lay crumpled near one of the pillars, half covered by a dark cloak. The flesh had shriveled, and the skin was pallid and stretched, but there was no blood, no wound. His face was frozen in an expression of terror, mouth agape, eyes wide and glassy. Fundi turned away, gagging, while Thrain knelt beside the corpse. "No marks," he said quietly. "No sign of struggle, just fear. He looks like he died seeing something that broke him." "Laid the way." "Marait wasn't the only one," Bori said, pointing toward the dais. There, in a circle around the stone platform, lay 5 more dwarves, spaced evenly like the points of a star. Each was the same, dead without wound, their faces contorted in horror. Ovram's face darkened. "This is no plague, this is something worse." Fundi, having regained his composure, turned slowly. "Look." He pointed at the ceiling, black vines, not the thick, twisting roots from the deep vault, but something thinner, sharper, hung in a pattern above the dais. They were brittle-looking and dry, but they had cracked the stone around them. They stretched outward like veins, disappearing into the walls. Bori stepped forward, cutting one down with his axe. It crumbled into ash at his feet. "Same substance," he muttered. "Same as what we saw below. This place was touched by it," said Ovram. "Whatever power lies in that vault, its influence is spreading." They buried the fallen dwarves that night, high above the stronghold where the roots had not yet reached. Fundi carved their names into stone, and Thrain laid a fire that burned until dawn. In the morning they collapsed the lower halls, filled them with rubble, and sealed them with rune iron. The echo chambers were shattered. No message would pass through that place again. By noon, they began the long ride home, heavy with the knowledge of what they'd found. Caheluzarim was not lost to enemy blade or sickness, but to something far older and far more cunning. It had not taken them in fury. It had waited and whispered and called them down into its reach. When they returned to Khazad-dûm, Durin was waiting at the gates. He listened to Ovram's report in full, then walked alone for a time beneath the archways of the 7 pillars. The shadows of the mountains stretched long before him, and the torchlight seemed weaker than before. Later that night, he summoned Nain once more to the Hall of Runes. "I think the Wanderers never meant to bind that thing," he said slowly, running his hand across the stone table. "They went seeking the heart flame. They found it, but it wasn't what they thought. It was alive, and when they tried to use it, it used them." Nain said nothing for a long time. Then quietly, "Do you believe it has a purpose?" "I believe it remembers," Durin replied, "and I believe it waits." The silence that followed felt deeper than the mountain itself. Winter settled early upon the mountains. Snow crept down the peaks of the misty mountains like white fingers, and the wind that curled through the high passes carried with it an edge as sharp as broken stone. The mountain's breath had changed. Even the eldest dwarves in Khazad-dûm could feel it. Something beneath the surface shifting, not with the thunder of rockfall or the groan of pressure, but with a slow, measured pulse, like the breath of something old and patient. Durin stood alone on one of the high balconies, looking eastward as the first light of morning stretched across the ridges. The great doors of the east gate gleamed faintly under the sunrise, and far beyond them, the lowlands stretched in silence. He had not spoken to the council in several days, choosing instead to remain among the oldest chambers, rooms where the ceilings still bore the uncarved scars of their first shaping, where the stone whispered not with memory, but with truth. The company had returned from Kelet-Zaram, weary and grim. Ovram, Thrain, and Bori had resumed their duties without protest, but Fundi had not left the Hall of Records since. He studied every fragment, cross-referenced every map and chart, looking not for glory but for patterns. He believed, quietly, stubbornly, that something deeper could be learned if one only looked hard enough. Durin had not discouraged him. News had reached them of another troubling sign. A dwarven traveler from the north had arrived at the gates, beaten, exhausted, half frozen from the winds. His hall, once nestled in a low vale among the hills near Gundabad, had been found empty upon his return from a trade journey. The halls were intact, the gates undamaged, but not a soul remained. There were no signs of battle, no spilled blood, no stolen goods, just silence. And the dreams had begun that very night. Dark tunnels filled with a humming noise and cold hands reaching from behind the walls. Durin spoke little of the tale, but it haunted him. The signs were spreading, and the source had not changed. Whatever power had been disturbed in the vault beneath the mountain, it had begun to stretch beyond the boundaries of stone and memory. Still bound, yes, but not sleeping. He called once more upon Nain. The lore master came without hesitation, a new scroll clutched under one arm, dust still clinging to his sleeves. "I've found something," Nain said as they settled in the hall of the Flame Wardens. "Or perhaps something found me." Durin raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Nain unrolled the parchment. It was not written in Khajdul, nor in any elvish script, but in an old, spiral-shaped rune pattern, one that twisted inward as it progressed, forcing the eye to follow it like a path into shadow. This was recovered from the shattered vaults of Baraznir, long forgotten. It's older than any record I've studied, but it matches certain patterns in the vault. You remember the forge we saw, the ring of pillars? The runes on the plinth beneath Dwalor's throne. This same design was there, hidden beneath newer carvings. Durin studied the parchment in silence. The runes twisted and curved in ways that seemed unnatural, as if the language had not been meant to be read with the eyes alone. Some of this script. It speaks of the shaping of thought, Nain continued, carefully tracing one arc of symbols. Not shaping stone, not forging metal. It refers to forging memory, forging presence itself. The phrase is used again and again. The bound will. Drew his eyes around the shop, and Durin narrowed his eyes. The vault was not just built to trap the darkness. It was built by it, or with it. "That is what I fear," said Nain. "The flame they sought may not have been stolen from the Valar, nor hidden by Aul. It may have been a part of something older, older even than the song. A thought that should never have found form." For a long moment Durin said nothing. Then he rose and moved to the hearth, staring into the flames as if seeking a shape within them. "If that's true," he said slowly, "then it means the thing below us has not simply been sealed away. It's been made part of the mountain. And that would mean that as Khazad-dûm grows, it grows with it." Nain closed the scroll gently. "Then we must stop growing." Durin turned sharply. "You suggest we halt all delving, all mining? We are dwarves. That is what we are. And yet if we continue downward, we may carve straight into its heart," Nain replied. "Not all growth is wise, my king. The deepest roots do not always yield gold." The council ended without decision. Durin needed time to think. He retreated to the Forge Temple that night, where only the eldest smiths were allowed, and stood before the great central anvil, the first ever placed in Khazad-dûm. He remembered when it was set, when the stone still wept water from unsealed cracks, and the sound of hammers had rung for the first time. He thought of Dwalor, of the vault, of the root-like thing that had risen from the pool, and of the voices in the stone. Then he thought of the hammer above the vault forge, hanging on its chains as if waiting. The next morning he summoned Olvrim. "I am going down again," he said. "Not to unseal it, not yet, but to understand." Olvrim looked at him carefully. "Alone? No, I'll need you and one other. Nain will not go through the main route. There are side passages, abandoned galleries, ones even the council does not know." Olvrim did not argue, he only nodded. That night the three of them left by torchlight, dressed not in armor but in traveling gear. Light and quiet. They moved through the oldest corners of the city, through sealed doors and forgotten corridors, down stairways where no dwarf had walked in 300 years. The stone grew older as they descended, more natural, less shaped. The air thickened, and the light of their torches seemed to shrink inward, as though reluctant to illuminate what lay ahead. After 2 days of descent, they reached a narrow shaft that dropped straight down into blackness. At the bottom lay the lost path to the vault. Not the grand stair they'd taken before, but a hidden way, carved perhaps even before the great throne had been placed. The air was wrong here, too dry, too still. They followed the tunnel in silence until they reached a small antechamber, one Durin did not recognize. There were no carvings, only bare stone and dust. And yet the air was warmer here, and a faint vibration ran through the floor. Nain knelt and placed his hand upon the stone. "It's awake," he whispered, and Durin knew then that the vault below was not sealed as he had believed. The hammer still hung, the forge still waited. But the bound will had stirred. The passage from the antechamber to the vault was colder than Durin remembered, though the air carried no breeze. It was a stillness that pressed inward, thick and unmoving, like the mountain had drawn breath and refused to let it out. Their torches hissed softly as they advanced, casting long shadows against the stone walls, which now bore thin cracks like spider webs. The roots had returned, thinner, darker than before, clinging to the ceiling like veins under skin. They no longer twitched, but pulsed faintly with a red light, like embers buried deep in ash. Durin led the way with measured steps, his hand never straying far from the haft of his axe. Behind him walked Nain, one hand on his satchel of scrolls, the other tight around a runestone glowing softly with protective script. Olvrim brought up the rear, silent and watchful, his eyes always on the dark behind them. They passed the familiar iron arch and emerged once more into the chamber of the vault. The great hall was unchanged in shape, but something within it had shifted. The forge still stood at its heart, cold and dark, yet its outlines shimmered faintly, as though heat rose from it, even without flame. The hammer still hung above it, chains taut with tension, and the throne, Dwalor's throne, remained as it was, though the dust around it had been disturbed. No breeze moved through the vault, yet footprints, bare, elongated, marred the floor. None of them spoke as they stepped cautiously forward. Durin knelt at the edge of the forge and touched the stone. It was warm. "Something passed through here," he said quietly. "Something not of our company." "It's been calling," Nain murmured, stepping beside him. "It has drawn something to itself, maybe more than one." Durin nodded once, then turned to Olvrim. "We came to understand. We do not yet break seals, but we must see what lies beneath." Ovram gave a slight nod and moved toward the dais, checking the far corners of the vault as he went. Nain crouched at the base of the forge, drawing chalk lines across the ancient runes and whispering to himself as he read. "It's changing," he said after a while. "The runes. They're not just reacting. They're listening or reading. They respond to me as I speak." Durin frowned and stepped closer. "Reading you? Thought, not sound. They were crafted to interpret intention. When Dwalor and the Wanderers forged this place, they didn't seal it with iron alone. They shaped the vault to understand will. It's why the creature didn't kill us outright before. It needed to know who we were, what we meant to do." Durin let that settle before glancing toward the place where the memory stone had once rested. He had not returned it to the vault. It remained locked high within the halls of Khazad-dûm, watched constantly and guarded by his most trusted captains. But the vault seemed aware of its absence. The pedestal where it had lain now glowed with a dull crimson light, and a noise rose, soft and distant. It was not a sound in the air, but something within the stone, like iron scraping slowly across iron somewhere far below. All three of them looked down as the vibration passed through the floor, subtle but undeniable. Ovram stepped forward. "Something's moving beneath us. The seals may not be holding," said Nain. "Not fully. Or perhaps they were never truly meant to." Durin turned to him. "You said this place reads intention, that it's shaped to respond to will. Then the one thing we must not do is show fear." He rose and approached the throne. The footprints circled it, then led away, vanishing into a dark crack near the back wall, a place Durin had not noticed before. It was too small for any dwarf to pass through, but the roots clustered around it in thick cords, pulsing brighter now, responding to their presence. "This was not here before?" Ovram muttered. "This opening, it's new." Durin examined the edges. The stone had split cleanly, not by tool, but by pressure from within, as if something had grown outward. His eyes narrowed. "I believe this vault was not the prison," he said. "It was the seed." Both Nain and Ovram looked at him in confusion. This entire chamber, it wasn't meant to contain the bound will. It was the place where it took root. The Wanderers may have believed they were building a cage, but they were nurturing it, feeding it their thoughts, their dreams, their desperation. And now it's grown. Nain took a step back, visibly shaken. Then sealing it was never going to be enough. Even the collapse of the lower galleries, it only cut off one limb. The thing is still here, still connected, and worse, it may be reaching for a way out. Durin looked toward the forge, the warm stone, the chains. He recalled the old mural, the crowned figures beneath the shadow, and understood now what it had meant. They had not simply sealed something away, they had crowned it, raised it up, given it shape and purpose through their own pride. "We must not let it reach beyond the mountain," he said. "We must ensure it cannot speak again." He turned to Nain. "What if we built a counter-seal? Not to hold it, but to oppose it. Something that answers thought with silence. Something that absorbs will instead of feeding it." Nain looked uncertain. "The crafting would be delicate. We would need stones of the oldest kind, deep ore untouched by memory. Runecraft older than anything we've kept active." "You'll have them," said Durin. "Begin preparations as soon as we return." Then the light shifted. It began as a faint flicker, just the torchlight bouncing oddly off the forge's metal. But then the runes began to glow. Not red, not blue, but golden, a pure, steady light, like sunlight under water. The forge came alive without fire, and above it the hammer stirred on its chain, swinging gently. Durin stepped back, eyes locked on the hammer. "No one touch it," he said, voice low. But the light wasn't hostile. It was warm, calm, and filled with something like memory. Not the twisting whispers of the bound will, but something older, quieter. A song hummed through the stone, not in words, but in tone. Nain's eyes widened. "This isn't from the bound will," he whispered. "It's something else, something buried deeper." The golden light spread slowly across the floor, avoiding the roots entirely. Wherever it touched the dark tendrils, they withered, crumbled, died. Durin looked at the forge and felt something shift within him. A memory not his own, distant, fleeting, yet undeniable. He saw the first forging of the vault, not in shadow, but in light. He saw Dwalor, not crowned, but humbled, placing a single crystal within the anvil's heart. There was a choice, he said aloud. Even then, two wills, one shaped by fear, the other by hope. The vault holds both, and now we have seen them. The golden light dimmed, and the forge fell still. Durin turned to Nain and Ovrim. "We return, but this changes everything. The thing we feared may not be alone." The climb back to the upper halls took longer than Durin had expected. The path seemed heavier, the stone beneath their boots dragging at them as though the mountain itself were reluctant to let them go. Though none spoke of it, all three felt the weight of something unfinished pressing at their backs. They had uncovered more than they could yet explain, more than they could fight with steel or seal with stone. For every answer the vault had yielded, two questions had grown in its place. They emerged at last into the carved galleries of the lower city, where the stone walls bore the clean, sharp angles of dwarven tools, and torchlight did not feel like borrowed flame. The familiar clang of hammers and the low hum of dwarven song returned to their ears, and for a time they let themselves rest. But Durin knew the peace was false. What lay beneath had not been conquered, only glimpsed, and now, for the first time, he understood why the mountain itself had stirred when he first touched the runes of the Wanderers. Back in the high chambers, Nain returned to his scrolls at once, spreading fresh parchment across the black stone table and scratching notes with hurried precision. His eyes held the gleam of someone on the edge of understanding, but they were also shadowed with worry. Ovrim took no rest either. He went straight to the captains of the guard, organizing silent patrols through the deeper tunnels, and doubling the watch at every door leading below the flameward gallery. It was not fear that drove him, but grim resolve. He had seen the thing growing beneath their feet, and knew now it would not remain hidden forever. Durin summoned the Stonewright's circle the next morning. He stood beneath the light of the great sun shaft in the upper citadel, the council seated in their carved seats of granite, runes of office etched into the floor beneath each one. There were whispers when he entered. None dared question him outright, but the silence in the chamber was stiff with tension. "We have always grown downward," he said when the hall had quieted. "It is the way of our people. To carve deep, to seek the hidden veins of the mountain, to follow the roots of stone to their ends. But I now tell you this, the deepest delvings must end." There was a stir among the council, and one of the elder stone lords, Baron of the Ember Hall, rose slowly, his brow furrowed beneath heavy silver braids. "You speak of halting the deep works, my king, but the veins below the 9th gallery still yield mithril. If we stop now, the other clans will say we've gone soft." Durin met his gaze. "Let them speak. They do not live atop what we have seen. I do not command this out of caution. I command it out of necessity. There is something in the roots of the mountain that was never meant to be found, and it is waking." A long silence followed. Baron sat back slowly, his jaw tight, but he did not protest further. "The eastern clans have vanished without battle," Durin continued. "The halls of Keled-Zeram are empty. The vault of the Wanderers holds a will that was shaped by thought, not flesh. It grows in silence, and it spreads through stone. We cannot unmake what they began, but we can contain it. And we will." When the council was dismissed, Durin met Nain again in the rune chamber. Together they drafted the design for a ward unlike any the dwarves had set before. It would not bind with chains or seal with iron, but resist with memory. Forged from deep stone, drawn from the oldest untouched parts of the mountain, it would be inscribed with counter-runes that did not repel the bound will, but muted it, absorbing its echoes like sand swallowing footsteps. Fundi joined them in the following days, his young mind unburdened by the weight of too much tradition. He worked with Nain tirelessly, adjusting the placement of the runes, refining the spiral pattern so they flowed inward without opening. The forge blades shaped the stones in secret, heating them until they glowed gold before cooling them with mountain water laced with silver dust. The process was long and precise, and none but the chosen few were allowed near the chamber where it was done. When the stones were ready, Durin called his company once more. Ovrim, Thrain, Bori, Fundi, and Nain stood before him in the antechamber, their cloaks drawn, their expressions grim. He looked at each of them in turn, then nodded. "We go down one final time," he said. "Not to challenge it, not to strike, but to bury it so deep in silence it cannot hear its own name." They took a different route this time, one mapped only by Nain, who had pieced together the original delving routes from the Wanderer's notes. It led them through the forgotten halls, where no torch had burned in centuries, and the walls bore carvings so old their makers had no names in the records. Here the mountain felt older, not colder, but more aware. It was like passing through the pages of a book, written in a tongue too old to speak aloud. When at last they reached the vault again, the hammer above the forge was still. The light was gone. The golden glow had faded, leaving only the faint red pulses of the roots as they curled around the outer walls like claws gripping the inside of a shell. The throne was empty. Dwalor's remains, sealed in their resting chamber beyond the forge, had not been disturbed, but the pedestal that had once held the memory stone had cracked. Durin approached slowly and took the first of the deep stones from his pack. One by one they placed them in the formation Nain had drawn, an inner ring of 7, an outer ring of 13, and the binding trio at the corners of the forge itself. Fundi set the last stone beneath the throne, pressing it firmly into the carved hollow until it clicked. Then Nain began the incantation. The words were not spoken in Kuzdul, nor in the language of the elves. They were older, forgotten sounds drawn from the first shaping of the world, a language of intention and silence. As he spoke, the stones began to glow, not bright, but steady, like a breath held in unity. The roots curled inward, shivering, and the faint humming in the stone that had haunted their dreams began to fade. Durin laid his hand on the forge's surface. It was cold now, not lifeless, but at rest. And then something unexpected happened. From the crack in the far wall, a breeze issued, a faint, cool wind that stirred the dust around their boots and carried with it the scent of clean water and open sky. It was not from above. It came from the deep, and with it came a whisper, soft, barely heard, and unlike the voice of the bound will. It said one word, "Remember." Then the breeze faded, and the vault was still. Durin turned to his companions. "It's done, for now." But in his heart he knew the mountain had more to say. The vault was sealed. The stones of silence, carefully shaped, roomed, and placed with deliberate intention, had taken hold of the chamber's memory, pressing it inward like a lid clamped tightly upon a boiling pot. The red glow of the roots had faded, withering to nothing beneath the deep stone rings, and the oppressive pulse that had throbbed through the floor was no longer felt. Where once the bound will had watched them from behind the forge, behind the throne, behind the whispering stone, there was now only stillness. But it was not the stillness of death. It was the stillness of waiting. They left the vault by the same hidden path, moving quietly through the ancient halls without speaking. There was no celebration in them, no triumph. What they had done was not a victory to boast of, but a burden to bear. Durin felt it in every step, the weight of choice and consequence settling across his shoulders like a second cloak. He had not destroyed the darkness below. He had muted it, buried it beneath the mountain's memory. And memory, he knew, was not so easily silenced forever. When they emerged once more into the lighted tunnels of Khazad-dûm, the air felt warmer, though the season had not changed. The forge smoke drifted lazily from the deep chimneys, and the songs of the stone wrights echoed faintly through the galleries. Life had not stopped while they were below. The mountain breathed on, unaware of how close it had come to speaking in a voice no dwarf could survive. Durin stood in the great hall that evening, before the empty throne that would one day bear his name in legend. He looked upon the banners of his house, the great columns carved with stories of the 7 fathers, and he understood now the true meaning of his place in the world. It was not only to build, to rule, or to guide his people. It was to remember, to keep watch over the deep, to ensure that the past did not rise again, cloaked in promise and veiled in shadow. He summoned the elders, the craftsmen, and the keepers of lore. Not all at once, not with fanfare, but quietly, in small gatherings over many weeks. To each he spoke of the lower tunnels, of the forgotten vaults and sealed chambers. He did not share the full truth. There was no need to awaken fear, but he wove the tale with care, explaining that the lower delvings must remain closed, that the deepest roots of the mountain held things best left undisturbed, and they listened. For in Durin's eyes there was a weight none could deny, and in his voice was the echo of stone that had seen too much. Ovrim returned to the guardhouses, his patrols now trained not only in vigilance, but in silence. Thrain and Bori took up work reinforcing the sealed shafts, layering them with runes drawn from the oldest records, buried beneath layers of granite and black steel. Nain disappeared for long stretches of time into the scriptoriums, transcribing new volumes, records written in guarded tongue, marked with seals that only a king could break. And Fundi, though still young, was given leave to begin his own work beneath the central archives, where he would one day become keeper of the hidden records. Years passed. The world outside Khazad-dûm shifted, as it always did. The quarrels of elves and the first murmurs of men reached the mountain in distant echoes, carried by wandering traders and half-trusted rumors. But Durin paid little heed to the changing winds of the world beyond. His eyes remained on the mountain. In time, the runes of the wanderers faded from the stones above the great vault, their edges worn smooth by the breathing of stone. The deep stone rings remained, cold and silent, untouched by claw or root. The voice that had whispered in dreams no longer stirred, and yet Durin still visited the hidden chambers in solitude, walking the old paths not as king, but as warden. One evening, as the stars shimmered high above the mountain's peaks, and the torches flickered low in the high halls, he stood once more before the sealed gate of the vault. He placed his hand upon the stone, not to open it, not to test its silence, but simply to feel its shape. It was cool beneath his palm, smooth and unyielding, but within it he sensed a tension, a coiled breath waiting to be drawn. The silence held, but he knew it would not hold forever. "There will come a time," he murmured, "when the stone will crack, when the silence will break, and when it does, they must be ready." He turned and walked back through the tunnel, his boots echoing softly on the carved floor, and in his mind the word returned, spoken once by the wind from the deep. "Remember." When at last Durin lay down to rest, his eyes for the final time, many years later, his hair had grown white and his beard long enough to sweep the floor. His halls were strong, his people prosperous. Songs had been written in his name, stonework carved in his likeness, and the great city of Khazad-dûm stood firm beneath the mountain's roots. But what he left behind was not only a kingdom, he left behind the memory. He left the seals, he left the runes of warning etched into the minds of those who came after. And so it was that the deep places remained undisturbed for many generations. The vault was forgotten by most, remembered only by a few, the lore keepers, the silent watchmen, and the line of kings who bore Durin's name. They knew, even when others did not, that the mountain had a voice, that once it had whispered in hunger, that beneath the strongest stone something had stirred. And they waited. As the ages passed and the world changed and darkness took shape in other forms, there would come a time when delving too deep and too greedily would awaken more than just shadow and flame. But that was a tale for another age. This was the tale of Durin, the first to awaken, the first to wander, the first to remember. And long after he was gone, his name would echo through the halls, carved in stone and sung in secret, guarded by those who understood the truth beneath the mountain. Windamagwertha has carved the magic bowl into the skull of a lone. The runes of the wanderers had spoken, and Durin, father of the dwarves, had answered,